Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? Okay. So, I know that at the end of last stream, I said that the focus today would be um to do some cleanup and possibly implement depth of field effect. Um, and I was hoping that implementing the depth of field effect or bokeh effect would help to properly fix issues like this, or learn. I could get some tips and tricks to fix issues like this, or issues like this, or issues like this. So, how to handle blurring objects with a different blur amount at a different distance from the camera. Well, I did some reading yesterday, and I don't think, like, it's my current understanding. I'm gonna need to research it a bit more, but the simple solutions I've looked into doesn't really specify a way to handle this, and this is some of the artifacts you can see in those as well. So we're gonna go a little bit of another direction this stream. So we're just gonna continue with the water, see if we can clean this one up ourselves without the help of depth of field, and then clean up the new outline implementation, and then continue with some water stuff. And I've been thinking here that when we do the blurring, so if we blur every pixel the same amount, then it's pretty straightforward. We get a good result. It's when we start blurring based on distance from camera, we're seeing artifacts like this. And I'm thinking, if instead of doing a filter like this, we could do it in another way. So pretty much here we just add all the colors, and then we divide it by the number of colors. So just an average filter. I wonder if we want to alter this filter in such a way that the effect a pixel has on the color depends on the distance to that pixel. So at this point, we're doing a filter around UV center. So for every pixel, we also do it for the pixel itself. But instead of doing checks like this, if this one is bigger than this, and this one is bigger than this, and this one is bigger than this, what if we just calculate a multiplier, which can be anything from 0 to 1, like how much should this pixel affect the average value? I wonder if that could give a better result. But then I also wonder, outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, pixel outline depth. wonder, do we even need, let's see here. Okay. Pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. Okay, what I'm thinking of doing here is we're gonna introduce float compare depth, I think. I wonder what kind of result we get if we do outline depth. Okay, we actually get this one here. That's not good. What I'm trying to get at here is that two of these are probably, we're gonna have to do two of these, we're gonna have to check like this. The third one we're gonna use to calculate how much the blurring should be involved here. And I wonder, outline depth, pixel outline depth. Okay. If max of outline depth and or depth is bigger than pixel depth. So we take the biggest depth of the neighboring pixel, which if it's an outline we want to use this one, if it's not we want to use this one. And then we take the max of those two, and we see if it's bigger than the current pixel, then we include these in the blur. That's what I would think would be what we would be doing. But seeing this, how the hell can this not be? So if we take this one, yeah, if we take this pixel here and we check the neighbors, this one is way closer to. Unless return oh yeah, we can't do that. What did we have? Projection params, that's what I want, and it was Y and Z. Oh, are you? Okay. Interesting. Okay, makes sense. What we want to do is, yeah, of course, makes sense, makes sense. But if we do pixel outline depth and pixel depth, there we go. Okay, that's definitely what we want. So how come this one, or do we want to do max of, do we want to do this? Yo, what's up, Miguel? And welcome back. It makes no sense to me why we're getting okay, the blur down here is starting to look a tiny bit better, I would say. I think. But we still have this issue. Okay, that's ugly. Okay, so first of all, we need to get rid of this one, and then we can try the dynamic depth comparison instead. But this one still boggles my mind. So what do? We do if the outline depth, or we take the biggest of these two, if the biggest of these two is bigger than the biggest of these two, then we do this. So return color. Why the fuck are we getting this? It's just extremely weird. Why would we get this? Oh, no, I don't get it. And we don't have any default blur level. No, we don't. We haven't even started with this one just yet. Actually, okay, this is interesting. Hmm. Fuck, is it the reconstruction? Turn color. Is it the reconstruction that is screwing everything up? Maybe it is. How does this one look? It's not perfect. What's going on here, for instance? What's going on here? We don't want to take, let's see here, outline depth if it's bigger than pixel depth. I'm still thinking, do we want to split these up? Like, do we want to have these at different, do we want different checks for color and different checks for outlines? I think we do. I think that would make it much easier. This one is a little bit of a special case because we want to figure out, yeah, we have the outlined object within the transparent object, so not behind or in front. It could be behind and in front, but it could also be within, which complicates stuff a little bit. What the fuck? We did try something similar yesterday. I just wonder if I didn't give it a good enough try. Because when it comes to the coloring, the only thing we want to check is if depth, if it's bigger than pixel depth. That's it for color, I think. Not entirely sure about this one still. Pixel outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. One sec. What happens when we compare to the original color? So when depth is bigger than pixel depth, these ones are going to be equal. I wonder if we want to do it like this. Definitely want to try that, but let's see. Okay, so here we go. Why do this one color this one here? Like when we do, it doesn't make any sense. Is it because, no, that doesn't make much sense either. So we check here if this depth, if the depth for this pixel is bigger than pixel depth, then include it. What the fuck? It's not pixel depth, it's pixel scene depth. Wow, is that the way I've been screwing it up everywhere? I still was seeing this here, which I don't like. Let me just try this, and then we do outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. I'm still bothered by the artifact we're seeing here. I don't get why we would be getting that artifact. Unless yeah, and what we're seeing here is the other way around. So this one, when we blur this one, we get information from this one. Yeah. is this one? Oh, one sec. There we go. And I also want to do now we're losing way too much. If outline depth, here we want to check if outline data.r is bigger than 0.0, and this is true. Okay, a little bit better, I think. How does purely the return outline look? Outline data are extremely bothered by the fact that this one yields a very good result. While the other one doesn't. And I'm starting to think that it might not only be because of the varying blur, possibly, but and this we want to switch to blur kernel size. We should be able to produce way better result than this. What the fuck? Yeah. So let's take a look at the outlines themselves. It's like only the outlines. Why are we getting a result like this? So if we were to return fucking bad. Like, what's the reason for this one becoming so... Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it. This is the deepest pixel, or this is the pixel with the biggest depth, so it doesn't take any of its neighbor into account. Yeah, we need to solve that, definitely. Yeah, we need to weight it. Yeah, let's do some experimentation here. So, when we do this, I'm wondering, color count... I wonder if we can do it like this. If we could calculate float depth or factor is equal to clamp, what is it, saturate, and then we do a inverse lerp. Between 0 and 10, 0 and 5, we're gonna have to, so these are gonna be dynamic values which we can control from the editor, I would say. And then here we do depth minus pixel scene depth. So let's just take a look here. If this one is smaller than this one, we get a negative value here. So we will be getting 0 or below 0. But then we clamp it to 0. If this one is way bigger, way bigger, then we're gonna get 1, and that's not good either. Or I guess we could do 0, 0.5, and this one. So at most we have a factor of 0.5. We can't return factor here, but let's do color is equal to lerp between color, and then we sample. And factor. And here we do return color. Okay, that's rough. But this one should return between 0 and 1. I thought. And then we get 0.5 or 0. What we're seeing here, why the hell are we getting a result like this? Pretty damn cool actually, but not what we want. I don't see how this one should be anything other than 0 or 1, or 0 and 0.5, so we should do a lerp between this color and this one. Color, and then we return it here. So if factor was equal to 0, we would get, okay, interesting. If the factor is 1, oh yeah, of course, because factor here is, or I mean color is 0 by default. So let's just go and put it to seeing color. So if factor is equal to 0, we should be seeing this, and if factor is equal to 1, we're seeing this, so just offsetted. If it's 0.5, okay, so none of those values screw it up as much as what we're seeing here, which means that this one is probably not between 0 and 1, I would say. Lerp 0, 0.5. We want to do a saturate again. Okay. just have to try one thing. Let's see. Uncomment this one, comment this one. This blur we're seeing here is incredibly bad. What the fuck? what's the reason we're getting this? Extremely... we're looking at this. Okay. So pixel scene depth screws it up the most. This is acceptable. 2, I guess, even though I think the outlines, they disappear a little too quick here. 4. Guess we could do we could strengthen it a bit like this, just make it a bit more visible down there, but I wonder, does it really look that nice? It still disappears pretty quickly. Oh, one sec. So if this one is 1, we get 0.5 here. Oh yeah. But we actually want it to be decided by blur kernel size, I would say. So it's going to be this one. Can we do... No. So if we take a blur of 5, this one compared to this, I don't know if it's that much of a difference. Maybe a little bit. But that's still not the most important part. When we start introducing... Fuck this. When we start introducing different depths, that's when we start seeing the biggest artifacts. Yo, what's up, Fabic? Truly incredible work you're doing. Thank you, I appreciate it, although it doesn't really feel like it at this moment. But thank you. Yo, what's up? Thank you, Fabic. Believe it or not, I really needed that today. Thank you for the donation. On to victory indeed. But this blurring is... I'm getting incredibly annoyed at it. Like, why can't I seem to get the hang of it? And thank you, Fabic, once again, thank you. What bothers me the most is, let's just, if we take, we can do this, I think. If we just take the outline out of the equation, so let's only worry about the blurring. So we use this one. or let's only worry about the color. We're still getting artifacts like this, which I don't really know how to handle it. So like we could easily remove this bleeding we see here. But that would result in problems at this point, basically. Because like when we blur this pixel, we only take this gray into account because, or actually, one sec. If depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we take this and we do color count. Not pixel depth, sorry, but scene, pixel scene depth. Okay, so right now, fuck, are we sampling? Can we control the depth texture a bit more? No, we can't. Okay, but now we're not getting any bleeding here. So this one we blur with a factor of 2, I guess, and this one we blur with a factor of 5. So this looks very nice, I would say. But as soon as we get down to things like this, we start seeing the background bleeding into this one, but this one doesn't bleed into this one, right? And it doesn't look too good. I think yesterday we tried something of having, like, we involve it if it's at a certain distance from the object, or if neighbors are at a certain distance. But that also didn't yield the best result, so I think we did if depth minus this one is less than, I don't know, 2. Okay, that's way too much. Okay, so if this one is bigger than this one, we previously did what this. If this one minus this one, oh yeah. Do we want to do abs here? Something like this we tried as well. Also slightly better. Okay. Definitely liking this a bit more. But the problem is we want to blur this one as well. Right now we don't blur it at all. 1.5. Here we start blurring it here. Yeah, we probably want... Looks sorta okay until you get to this pixel, then it sucks. So you get artifacts like that. So my conclusion here, if we want to get this blur looking beautiful, I think we're gonna have to do some, like we're gonna do some weight, or we're gonna introduce some weights to our filter. Based on this one. So yeah, previously I tried a linear interpolation implementation of a filter. Didn't really turn out that good. But if we do float factor value is equal to this one, and then I just need to double check this. Saturate HLSL. Yeah. Factor value. Here we want to do... So this is in world space. So we probably want to introduce inverse lerper between some value. I think we want to go between 0 and 10. And then we saturate this. So the bigger this one is, the less effect we want it to have. So right now we're getting a 1. If this one is very big, we're getting a 1. So I'm thinking of doing 1 minus this one. So if this one is very big, we get 0. If it's very small, we get closer to 1. And then we do color count. Let's change this one to a float. And instead of doing just incrementing it like this, we do plus equals to factor value, I guess. And then we do factor value times this one. Oh yeah, we don't care about this one right now. Is 10 too big of a value? Yeah. Oh, do we actually want to go the other way around? Maybe we do. slurp 0 and 10. Pretty sure we want to go 1 minus. But then we get a blur everywhere, and that's weird. If we do 0, 0. We just want to get the difference between these two, negative or positive. Yes, starting to look a little bit better, I would say. But 10, is that too much? Not a very big fan of those visuals. Okay, the bigger we go, that looks a little bit better. Maybe, are we having a little bit of a, yeah, we're affected, it's getting affected a tiny bit here. That's not too good. Artifacts like this. Why are we getting this artifact here? And how does this one? Fuck, it's almost like we want to base the kernel on... One sec. Is that what we want to do? Okay, I would say this is probably the best result so far, but I'm not sure. So if we take, do we want to base... Maybe we want to base the kernel size of the pixel closest to the camera, because I think one problem we're having here is that two neighboring pixels blurred differently. But that would also mean 2 for loops. Not a very big fan of that. But it might be worth a try. Yeah, that would also mean, yeah, we're probably gonna, it's gonna mean that we do the maximum kernel size for each pixel, which is bad. Like, I'm wondering, are we getting the same artifacts here? Fuck yeah, we are. Like, maybe I'm aiming for something that is too hard to achieve at a 5. Like, are we working with similar artifacts here? Starting to think that we are. Sort of similar, not exactly the same. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? It's pretty much the same artifacts we're working with, I would say. Could we reduce them just a little bit? I want to introduce this value, or I want both of these values here. Let's see. What's blur variables, and then we can do float. Margin. Although I wonder. Like the only reason we still see okay, I get it. Let's see, water margin 2, 3. Oh. Pretty cool. 5. Like this looks super good, I would say. But we're not getting any blur here when we... I think we should. Okay, we're getting closer, but still not there, I would say. Not good enough. outline depth, we have could probably write some more data to this one, but I don't think if that's yeah, like I don't think I'm starting to question if we can get a better result than this without adding or feeding it more data. And that data being, let's see here, outline for texture. What do we do here? Yeah, we multiply with this one. Pixel depth max. Yeah, like I wonder if we could put this one in here. So this is the biggest depth for a... So the biggest depth if you compare... Well, the biggest depth in a 3x3 kernel, pretty much. Can that help us? Yeah, no, we could probably just put this one here. And then we can use that one when we unpack it, but will this help us? Yeah, then we get this. this one, but yeah, that's pretty much what we want to do, I think. Oh, is it because of this one? Yeah, probably. Okay, we need this one. Oh, I wonder. Yo, Cooler SK, we got EA release soon. Are we talking about that game you linked a couple of days ago? A week ago, I think it was. Fuck, am I saying the correct? Is this the best result we have gotten so far? But I wonder, it looks like... Are we seeing the same blur here as down here? If so, I don't want it. We're starting to get blur here. If we do 5, maybe this is the best one yet. But yeah, maybe this is the best we can get. But that's depressing. Oh, nice. Exciting times ahead, Cooler SK. Way more exciting than this, I reckon. Two, three. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a color spill here, but fuck it. I'm starting to think that it might not be that bad. I guess it destroys... But then we have this problem here, and that sucks. Maybe. Maybe. But then again, now we don't even have outlines. I wonder how they will mess it up. Not a big fan of this bleeding here. Yeah, I'm gonna continue. Fuck, I'm at that point where I'm thinking good enough, question mark, but we'll see. I just need to run AFK real quick. Brr. back. Okay. The weight system, or the weight implementation, gave pretty good result. But I wonder, do we want a different weight system for when we blur this pixel? Like, it will be way more costly to fetch from something that is closer to the camera than it is to fetch from something that is further away from the camera. Maybe. Coolers K, I don't know, might be too exciting for me. Is it your first game release? The fuck? Ah, fuck. This one gives the best result, hands down, I think. Doesn't it? No, we don't have any outlines here yet though, but it does, right? This is the best result, right? But if we can alter this one Fabric hard to compare on the stream, at least for me. Yeah, maybe it is. But let's compare. So this one to, I would have to like show snapshots of this. Yeah, on this one we have bleeding here. On this one we don't. I think this one is definitely the best. If we can make this work with the outlines, I think I'm gonna call it good enough, because fuck this. This blur shit has been... it hasn't been too enjoyable. Yeah, I think this is the best. But I wonder if Cooler SK, well, it's not exactly my game, but technically yes. Oh yeah, you know what I mean, you know what I mean. And the Little Lizard game prototype was so long ago it doesn't count. Yeah, I relate. Oh, well, when exactly is the EA release, Cooler SK? Is it today? Okay, I want to try one more thing here. I want to see if we can make it... So right now it's the same cost from this pixel reading this pixel as it is from this pixel reading this pixel. Like, I want to make a difference from going from closer to the camera to further away. How should I put this? Okay, right now we base the weight only on distance. I want to pretty much base the weight on signed distance. Are we jumping closer to the camera or are we jumping further away from the camera when we do the blur? Cooler SK, I technically not supposed to say when, but I will just answer to your question maybe. Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, this one is definitely the best result yet. Fuck, if we can make this one work with the outlines as well, it would be beautiful. I wonder if we can just do... I want to introduce the weight as well. Okay, so water blur margin. We do depth minus pixel scene depth. We do absolute here. This one is negative or positive. I guess the easiest way to implement it would be something like this, so let's do it. Float diff is equal to depth minus pixel scene depth, and then we do if diff is bigger than 0, we do something else, if diff is bigger than 0, we do this, and then we can skip. We just write diff here. Water blur margin. Okay, so if the diff is positive, that means that the pixel we're at is further back than this one. So the pixel we're calculating the blur value for is further back. Otherwise, yep. So here I wonder if we just want to do this. We do diff here, but we do negative diff, and then we go Z and W here. So water blur margin calculates our factor. Yeah, fuck it, let's try it. So if we do 0 and 7, this is what we had previously. 0. Okay. Okay, so this compared to this. So this one pretty much decides how much this one is affected by this. And Okay, so the first threshold, 0 to 50, it decides how much this pixel should read from this value. So if it's 0, we don't. So when we go from close to, is that true though? If depth is bigger than pixel scene depth, yes, it is. So the first limit decides how much the background should affect the foreground, and the second one decides how much the foreground should affect the background. Fabric, can't you use camera depth mask? Not entirely sure exactly what you're referring to, but like we're using the camera depth texture right now. Depth mask, I don't know. So this is a good result, I think. So we're way... yeah, I think this is what we want. Okay, this is pretty damn good, actually. I think this looks good. And of course, if we go crazy with the blur size, we're gonna start seeing artifacts again. But I think this is way better than 5, 0. We probably want to base these on... Okay, I think this looks pretty good. But I also wonder if... yeah, we definitely want to base these on... like we want to base the limits here on the camera depth mask as well. Or depth texture. That might have been what you meant, Fabic. It's just that I didn't understand it. Because right now they are absolute. Yeah, so the further down we are, the bigger margin we want here. Maybe that should be it. So the... yeah, so the bigger this one is... no, the bigger this one is... the bigger this one is, the bigger the margin we choose. So maybe if you did something... I want to save this one because I want to keep it. Best solution so far. My code base here is starting to look... weird. But if we do this and then we do... we remove this one. If diff is bigger than 0. What was the solution we had? Previously we had... now we don't have any. So if we go this instead, one less branch, we do abs here. So we have a factor value. And then I wonder if we multiply this one with pixel scene depth. Yeah, if we do very big blur, we're getting... Oh, actually, one sec. Not entirely correct just yet. Or we do float margin multiplier is equal to scene water depth. Margin multiplier is equal to scene water depth. No. Although I wonder why scene water depth. Scene water depth, why are we getting... Depth. Yeah, that's not what we want. We want float multiplier. Let's call it that. Is equal to depth minus water scene. Scene water depth. Is that what I want to do? Saturate. Yeah, now we're getting rid of this. That's good. But we want this one too. Okay, not exactly what we want, but getting closer, I think. Depth here. Or do we want to take this multiplier, factor value, no, definitely not there. Okay. Okay, factor value is... Let's make sense out of this. Factor value is like how much... How big of a portion of the neighbor color should affect this one? So factor value is between 0 and 1. Currently, we decided based on the difference between the diff between depth of the neighbor and the pixel scene depth. And then we have these two values that we select ourselves. So if it's bigger than this, if the difference is bigger than this one, then we don't affect it at all. If it's smaller than this one, we don't affect it at all. But this is an abs, so we're probably not gonna, yeah. But then, fuck, how do I wanna? Yo, what's up, Mimi? Yeah, long time no see. We have this again because, okay, this one is extremely big. This one is 50. We're not working with that big those. So if we do 5, we lose this one. We gain a little bit here. So what I want to do is this. If we're above the water surface, I don't want it to affect it at all. If we're below the water surface, I want it to. And I don't think we can. Maybe we can. We can do. So we have this case up here, for instance. This one is above the water level, so we don't want it to affect it at all. We could add. So we could do multiplier if depth is bigger than scene water something, scene water depth. That means that we're under the water. So if so, we do. If we're not, we're gonna return 0. So this one is gonna be 0. One sec. If this one is 0. Let's go 1 here. See what happens. This one doesn't affect. Here we affect a little bit, and then we go crazy. Here we do 50. We get a little bit of a. Are we only seeing? That's a small difference, I would say. Yeah, we're not affecting up here anymore. That's good. But if we go, yeah, let's do a lot of blur. Yeah, with big blur, we're seeing a very bad result. What the fuck is this? Shit. Yeah. What I'm seeing here is, fuck me. What do we actually want to do to properly get blurring at different depths? And we want them to work together well as well. Like, the more I bang my head against this problem, it feels like if I want to get a better result, we're probably gonna have to add an additional iteration. In some way. Like, we probably want to base it on, like, we want to base the blurring on the neighbors, so to speak. Like the mismatch here, the mismatch between two objects. So the mismatch between something that is closer to the camera and something that is further away is bothering me here. So what we pretty much want to force is that we want to use, so neighboring pixels on two different objects here, we want them to use the same kernel size, so we get a smoother. But if we want them to use the same kernel size, we're gonna have to check. So if we take a look at the pixel and we get a kernel, it's extremely far away from the camera, so we get a big kernel. So then we run the kernel and we find out that, oh, this one involves pixels that are closer to the camera. So then we want to base the kernel size of that. So that would look something like, best solution so far, let's save this one. So blur kernel size, we would like to do something like that, and then we would need to do, let's just try this for, let's just see what kind of result we get from doing that. So blur kernel size, T outline water depth. Outline water depth. Pixel depth. I probably want to do pixel outline depth, I would say. Yeah, that's pixel outline depth minus pixel depth. So what if we did let's try this float. Smallest depth is equal to pixel outline depth, and then we do read the data, we get the outline depth, and then we check if outline depth is smaller than smallest depth. Smallest depth is equal to outline depth, right? And then we do that, and then when we get out on the other side, we're gonna do this again, but we want to do T outline water depth. We want to do these calculations again. Outline water depth, put those there, remove that one, change this one. We're actually yeah, but now we want to calculate this one not based on pixel outline depth, but rather smallest depth. And then we calculate this one again. So now we have a blur kernel size that is equal to the one, or it's the size of the kernel is based on the pixel in the original kernel that is closest to but doing this might mean that fuck it, let's try it. I can imagine this resulting in some weird artifacts we haven't seen before, but let's see. Color outline, then we do color, 267. Oh yeah, we need to calculate UV again. Are we really getting the same kind of one, two, three, four, five, six? Oh yeah, no. If yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing exactly what I'm anticipating here, because we still read values from this one on this one, but this kernel should be way smaller at this point, so we shouldn't really read from it. But then again, I'm not seeing. Yeah, this one should be affected by this one as well. We should be seeing a bigger spread here from this one. Why aren't we? It's almost like we don't T outline depth. Yeah, we don't have a difference. We don't change this one. Why not? Smallest depth. I think we should be seeing black here as well. But that will screw it up. Fuck. Or will it? Yo, what's up, Diligence? First thing YouTube recommends. Thank you, YouTube. Whoa. Smallest depth. Pixel depth. Yeah, what the fuck? Are we sure we want to do pixel depth here? Did you finish the shader yesterday? Nope. Or we finished the object transparent shader. We're on the water one again now. Smallest depth. Nah, it's pixel depth we want here, definitely. Smallest depth, why won't you work? Pixel outline depth, smallest depth. If this one is smaller than this one, or one sec, am I? It should be like this. Water blur, water depth bounds. One, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15. Okay. Diligence, humility, will you be upgrading the project to Unity 6? Yes, I will. Depending on the stability of Unity 6 when it releases. But eventually, yes. Especially after they dropped the runtime fee. And I imagine it's going to be a little bit crazy converting. I have a lot of custom shaders and render features running on old tech. I saw some pretty huge performance improvements in Unity 6. Damn nice. Then I have that to look forward to, hopefully. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure I will switch to Unity 6. But what the fuck, what am I missing here? This shouldn't be... okay, so previously T outline water depth. We based this one on outline water depth, which is just pixel outline depth minus pixel depth. Yes. We should be switching it here. So smallest depth. So when we calculate this one right here, we use smallest depth instead of pixel outline depth. But we're not getting, it's almost like this is what I want to see. So this one is never true. Why? Outline depth, smallest depth. So this one is never smaller than this one. How can that be true? Or outline depth. Oh. Fuck. Diligence, humility. Did you know Unity has thrown out the Iron Source people from the weird merge and the awful CEO and plans to make new features again? I haven't been following it too closely. Fuck, there's a lot of things that don't make much sense here, like return pixel outline data G. Why are we getting pure black from this one? That doesn't make any fucking sense. So just 0 value. We should be seeing some colorization here, definitely. Pixel depth max. If outline is bigger than 0, which it should be. Let's return red then. What? What? Sad. Okay, here we have some data at least. What the fuck? Where's my outline data? We have this one. We don't get this one. So why the have I? Outline color should have an alpha of 1. What the fuck? Okay, actually, have I done something to remove outline? Yeah, we don't have any outlines right now. What have I done? Okay, that's annoying to say the least. So why did my outlines disappear? That is there we go. Okay. I wonder if it has something to do. We changed this one previously. We added this one. It might have screwed something up, unfortunately. I wonder how long I've been testing stuff without having outlines data. That's pretty annoying. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Now we have something here. It's a bit too... What the fuck is going on here, though? Yeah. Outline depth. Diligence, humility. No, I haven't tried ChatGPT just yet. Okay, this is good. But this one is... I would say that this is still a bit too big. But it's based on this one. Yeah. That's what I wanted to see. But say now we don't get any blur here. I wonder, do we want to base it on this big of an area? Diligence, humility, are you making secondary outline? No, we're just trying to make the blur beautiful, pretty much. Trying to remove the artifacts from the blur one after another. Okay, so what do we want to do here? So what happens here is that our kernel is... We get a kernel size of 0 here, which is not entirely correct, but... fuck. And this is also the wrong way to do it, I would say, but one sec. Maybe we don't want to do a... Maybe we don't want to change the kernel size, but we want to use this data in our second kernel iteration. As long as it's smaller. the data we gather here, do I want to use it? Do I want to use it? Or can we use it in a nice way? Yeah, hopefully we can. Hopefully we can. But this is not it. I'm not so sure we want to go with outline depth here. I think we want to do just depth, maybe. Maybe that can give us a better... And then I wonder if we just want to go 1, 1, 1, 1. But that won't help us later on. Okay, so for instance here we have two blur filters. We have one for this depth and one for this depth. We want to use the one for this one for all the pixels on this one that fetches values from this one, basically. Diligence, humility, are you trying to fade away outlines when they are inside water? That's part of it, but it's more like the main purpose right now is to get, so we're working with, we have objects inside of a object, and depending on how deep inside of that object they are going to blur the blur filter size is going to depend on how far inside of this item or object they are. But doing this leads to like artifacts between objects, like when we have something that is close to the camera inside the object and something that is far away from the camera inside of the object, you get a little bit of a weird line artifact going on. Diligence, humility, instead of having multiple depths, can't you just multiply by the depth? Not sure I follow. So it's one continuous line with no clear seams where it goes from one predefined depth to another. One sec though, let's see here. In fact, this solution doesn't even work where it should work the best, or is it because we have outline artifacts still? Okay, so this what have I done to this solution to screw it up again? 25, 0, 25, 0, 25. Okay, now we actually have this depth here again. Okay, I get it. Look at this one. What is happening here? Like down here, beautiful, and then we're gonna get difference here, I think. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, is this actually? Yeah. Pixel scene depth. Delirium's humility. The blur effect produces artifacts on the outlines. Yeah, currently it seems to be, that seems to be the case. But that's not the main point. We have a lot of artifacts here. So this one, for instance, why are we bleeding color here right now? Makes no sense. Oh, yeah. 5, 5. Ooh, still. Find it very weird that we get this artifact here right now. Okay, if we skip, I have no idea why we're still getting this artifact right here. Okay, so we're not doing any blurring here. We're not doing any blurring here because of this one, T outline water depth. We probably wanna do T scene water depth. There we go. But then we get, now we have, and that's probably because of this one. Yeah, so this one is the best result yet, but it's still ugly as fuck, especially at bigger blurs. If we go low blur, do we have? That's pretty damn ugly here as well. Small blur level, we have it pretty good if we do this one as well. So at certain points it looks okay. And this is without outlines. Diligence, humility, I think it looks very good. Thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, this I would, at this point, I think it looks good as well. So you have different blur levels based on depth, and they work together pretty good. But as soon as we increase the blur, we get artifacts like this, which I guess we could 25. We could control it a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, if you're yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad at when we're zoomed out. Not too bad. Prevent blur color bleeding. Yeah, I've googled a few things, but evidently I'm gonna have to do more research if I want to improve upon this. Definitely. Yeah, and the question is, how will this even look when we add outlines as well? If we take a look at the other pillar, what do we have here? It doesn't look too good here either, I would say. Maybe not too bad. And then we want to introduce this factor as well, which is gonna screw it up even more, I assume. Okay, how would this look with outlines? Color count, speed, outline, color count, pixelated. Oh yeah, we don't. Yeah, but I don't want to do it. Do we just want to do it like this? No. Oh, fuck, do we want to handle outlines entirely different. Maybe we do. Yeah, and here we're fucked. We need to calculate it the same way as we do this, but we need to add some extra checks, and I don't know. What checks that would be. Is it something like if outline depth, speed and pixel depth, and pixel outline depth is speed and pixel depth? If so, do this. Feels a little bit sad that this is the best possible result I can manage to produce right now. It's not good enough. hate it. Yeah, we have this artifact as well we need to take care of. And that has to do with the final blend. Ah, what a fucking mess this is. I don't even know if... let's see. Did we get... Just, this is such a way better blur, I think. It's so much easier when we're just behind or in front of the object. It's not even funny. Like how, like, can we think? I don't know. Yeah, it's the bleeding. That's 100% the problem when it comes to blur of different levels. I don't know how to handle it. I'm gonna have to do some research before I give this a try again. But let's see here. Best solution so far, which doesn't say much. It's not too bad. But it's gonna get way worse as well when we introduce the default blur level here. So we're gonna have to base it on this one. Let's see. Water blur kernel size, blur kernel size. We can probably do it like this actually. We calculate a total blur value and then we divide. That could probably be because the idea is that instead of doing a blur, a kernel of 10 times 10, we do a blur of we add a default blur level as of 1 or 2, and then we just blur 3 times. Yeah, but we're gonna have to fix this as well. Do I have the time to do that now? Let's see. Blur kernel. fuck, before we read all of this, do we need to... Ooh, could that be it? Yeah, we still have a little bit of a problem with the outlines blurring before they should here. But I wonder if that is... it's not... Yes, we have to fix that, but other than that, it should be pretty good, I think. Outline depth is bigger than pixel depth. I don't know, not a very productive day, but I mean, I guess moved in the correct direction. I'm still not, like, I'm still not sure this looks as good as I want it to look, and this is not even the optimized implementation, which is gonna screw things up a bit more. And yeah, just a lot of question marks, but let's see if I can get some reading up done today. I don't know if I will have the time, but yeah, hopefully get back tomorrow stronger. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody, and hope you have a great rest of the day. Peace.